Hello. KJ starting off with the coconut 30. I figured I'd start since I'm here. Run down the list real quick. VMC, KJ, Joe Minnick, J.M. Thompson. Let's see. You got Garrett and Marsh, Jersey, Silver Stacker. You got Joe Minnick, Coin Hunts, Texas. 74 Deeds. Sounds good. Brian Robinson. Smoker. Let's see. Got KJ's Coconut 30, Garrett Barks 28. Got Jersey with Dr. Pepper Cream Soda, Joe Minnick Blackberry Fresca, VMC Pepsi 26. Let's see what else we got. Pepsi Cherry 39 for New Marshall. 74 Dr. Pepper Coconut Cream 26. Hey Michael Rose, welcome. Which video do we comment on for your subs? I don't have a video for any subs to comment on. I know I'm helping others that have some comment videos, but I don't have a comment video myself. Jimmy says Bark 0 and 35. Smoker's got Dr. Pepper Coconut Cream 36. Kathy Keith, welcome. Sprite 032. Indiana Boone, Fresca Peach 40. Yeah, I haven't watched any of those yet because I was at work and everything, but I'll have to go back and look. I know AG's doing a 251, and he said that if it doesn't work for him, he might have me do it on a live stream for him. Coin Hunts, Dr. Pepper Coconut Cream Soda, and Marsh, Pepsi Zero Cherry 53. Not going very old today, and Marsh. We usually get at least into the 40s. Mark Spafford, Barks 36. Littlefoot, welcome. Mountain Dew 032. Tim Evans, Sprite 45. And if you want to change your guesses, you're welcome to. Just let me know that you're changing it so I can change mine. Mike Schleiz, Dr. Pepper Cherry 039. Hopefully we'll get a war nickel. I hope so. They're about $6.50 right now in silver. Like Rose. Cream. Coconut cream, I'm assuming. Diet 41. Jim Thompson, Dr. Pepper Cherry 0, 35. And Mars says, okay, change mine to 43. I can definitely do that. Coinhunt says, okay, 45. Did you get a drink, Coin Hunts? I can't remember if I saw it. I know there's a couple that had drinks down but didn't have years. Dr. Pepper Coconut Cream 0, 45. Final answer. Alrighty. Hey, BH. We got BH's box tonight. Got Black Cherry 26 on Fresca. Colorado Coins, welcome. Mountain Dew 038. And hey, Coin Hunt, welcome. What we're doing is I have a list of my drinks, and you're guessing what I'm drinking when my stream starts. If you are correct, you get your name on a wheel of names from throughout the night, and then at the end of the night, I spin that wheel, and if you win, you get a copper round. You also are guessing what you think is the oldest year in the nickel box. So, for example, David chose Sprite 0 with 38. So if I have a Sprite 0, he gets his name on the wheel. And if he gets the closest or right on, then he gets his name on the wheel for the oldest of the box also. And all of my copper rounds, I kind of show them at the end. Joe Minnick says 1920. John Graff, welcome. Fresca Peach 49. David Rubin, Mountain Dew 035. Let's see. Coin Hunt says Pepsi 038. So the wheel of names throughout the night. We also guess when we find a old coin, and whoever gets closest on each one of those I put up gets their name on the wheel. A 39 Buffalo. I don't think that'll happen. The choice was Dr. Pepper Cream. Okay. Nah, my opinion, I prefer Pepsi products over Coke. Jolly Roger, welcome. 38 Pepsi Cherry 0. Yeah, most of the stuff I prefer Pepsi products. I don't mind like Coke Zero. I do not like Diet Coke, but I like Diet Pepsi. But I also like Pepsi Zero. So, hey, thanks for subscribing, that one guy. I'm going to get you guys some points so you can gamble. When you subscribe, you get some points, and I also go in and give you extras after that. And those are to be able to play games and that sort of thing. So if you haven't subscribed, you can do that, get some extra points. Captain Vic, welcome. Bark040. Thank you for James Schultz. And at the end of the night, we got 25 likes already. All right. Well, let's do a 25 like giveaway. You got 3 minutes to enter exclamation GAW, and that will get you in on the 25 like giveaway. If you win a regular giveaway, that's one per night, but the wheel is a separate one, so you can win a regular giveaway and the wheel one. So just let you guys know that. But yeah, the end of the night, I spin the wheel, and whoever name it lands on, you just email me and tell me a list. I can send you a list of coins. Basically, it's like most of these. Like number one's the front, underneath it's the back, etc. The bottom is next to each other. And then I can send that to you, and you get to choose which copper round you want. You do not have to be present to win, but if you do win, you still need to claim it. If I win, give it to Littlefoot. Okay. So that's just a thing I do because it's throughout the night. I don't make people stay the entire night just to get that. I do 25 like, 50 like. Haven't got a 75 like yet, but someday. And then I also do an end of stream giveaway. Yes. I just don't think I've got it sent out. In fact, I've got them right here. And so I send those to you. It doesn't cost you anything. And it's basically have fun, enjoy each other's company, play games. No, you're good. Man, that's doing good. Good. Probably. I'll write it down because I have so many emails once in a while that. Oh, you mean for the giveaway that you won? Yep. Yeah, usually if I've sent something to you at least once, I try to keep it just in case, but you never know. I'll give you a little bit extra time since there's a few people wandering in still. Exclamation GAW, and that will get you your entry into the giveaway. Give you 15 or so more seconds if you want. Exclamation GAW. Welcome, Michael Martin. Jimmy Lucari, welcome. Alrighty, I think that should be pretty much good. We're going to close the entries, and we're going to choose a winner. Jim Thompson. You know what to do. And let's see, get back to this screen. James, let me get you some points. There you go. And we had, I think, 2 winners tonight. If I wrote them down correctly. We had VMC and Coin Hunt. Pepsi Zero. And I know there's Coin Hunts Texas, but this was just Coin Hunt 1 or something like that. So, there you go. I'm going to get those names on the wheel right now before I forget. Yeah, you never know. All right. So hopefully we find some good stuff for Otis has 38. Okay. Thank you. Hopefully I haven't missed you. My mods are usually pretty good. Right now I'm just going to run quickly down for years. I have 74, BH, Cap Vic, Garrett, Jim Thompson, Jimmy Lucari, Joe Minnick, Jolly Roger, Cat Keith, KJ, Littlefoot, Michael Rose, Mike Schleiz, New Marshall, Otis, Smoker, Tim, Ivans, VMC, Coin Hunt 101, David Rubin, John Graff, David Kenham, Colorado Coins, Coin Hunts Texas, Mark Spafford, New Marshall, and Yenny. So, if I did not call your name, you can put that in. The next open slot is, let me look at my calendar. Gotta find where we're at. Tonight is BH. I gotta find my list. I know there's BH, William E, 74, 74, and now I'm forgetting it. I have it written down somewhere. Can't remember if I said VMC or not, but I know that. I know VMC will be on Monday, and then it's, I believe, William E, 74 deeds, and 74 deeds, which means 2nd to the 5th, the 9th, the 12th, the 16th. The first one isn't available until the 19th. Ryan Robinson says 38. Thank you. This is another glued down one, but it was from a different pickup. And the ones that have been glued down like crazy seem to have done pretty well. I have you scheduled for Monday. So in 5 days. So VMC, I have you on the 2nd. William E is on the 5th and 9th. 74 Deeds is on the 12th and 16th. And if those don't work, you need to move it around, you're welcome to. Just let me up. Let me know, I mean. Let me up, that made no sense. No Buffalo Ender. We do have the Bounty, of course. Never been one. But if you get a V-Nickel, a Buffalo Nickel, and a War Nickel, all in the same box, you get a Shield Nickel for free as an extra bonus. I keep out anything, of course, like the Buffalo's Wars, anything from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. And then I also keep out 2009s and 2024s. And also like 64 Denvers to look for DDOs and stuff at the end of the night, double die. D over Ds, like 63. Philly has a double die obverse option. If you guys have questions or anything, wondering what's going on, just let us know. My moderators are in blue, and other ones are also knowledgeable. But we will let you know if we know the answer. Or if you have questions on what I'm doing. So, I believe in helping people learn. Not everybody knows like what years and stuff to look for or what to look for. On my channel page, I do have what I call cheat sheets. For example, the nickels has like the key dates, the semi-key dates, and mintages. It also has some of the like D over Ds and DDOs and stuff like that. And I have those for all kinds of coins. So it's available for download on my channel page. It's also got sheets for tracking your stack, coins, bullion, that sort of thing. So I've made a, hey, 3 chili pepper. Made a few changes, but you save all the 58. Yep, I pull all 59s or older as fines for my subscribers. So if I do a hunt for them, I pull everything from the 50s or older. And then, like I said, also 2009s, because they're low mintage, 2024s. I think it's just the Denver that has low mintage, but I just pull them all out because I never find Phillies very often. It's a pretty nice looking 60. BH, we're going to be, I assume we're still looking for these coins for you. You'll hopefully find some of those. And we've got our first find. So when you see me put up an old dime box, I put it up here and I put the back up, and they will put up year guess like KJ does, and you put in what you think the year of that is, and then whoever gets the closest or exactly on, everybody that, you know, multiple people get it. All those names go on the wheel for the spinning at the end of the night. And like I said, that's why I don't make you be present, because it's an entire night thing, and I'm in mountain time. And I know a lot of people are back east in Eastern time, which can run quite a bit late. Hey, Kurt, Bob, Bab. I'm going to say Bob or Bab. One of those, who knows. Thank you for subscribing. I'm going to get you some extra points. When you subscribe, you get some points, and I'm going to go in and give you 10 million. So you now have points to play and gamble and that sort of thing. And welcome to the stream. If you have any questions on what's going on, just let us know. If I see it, I will answer. If one of my mods also sees it, they can answer. Yeah, I saw silver was way up. The last time I saw it was like 113 or something. So hopefully we'll find lots of stuff for BH. Still haven't got the package yet for you. So if you want, I'll still hold on to it for now, because the shipping prices have now risen again. So now the half-pound or less going to Canada is $13 now instead of $10.99. Now it's $12.99. And then BMC will throw stop signs usually. We've got a 1959. So got another one to check. So I'll look for the names if you guys want to guess the new one. 59 is, let's see, we got a 56, 57, 58, 58, 58. I'm guessing the 58s. I don't see an exact 59, so unless someone else sees a 59. The 58s have Mike Schleiz, Jim Thompson, and I think that was it for 58. Nope, yeah. There you go. So again, if you've just come in or not familiar with the channel, when I have the nickel up there, you're guessing what you think the year is. Hint, it'll usually be the 50s or older, because that's what I pull out. So if you get it correct, you get your name on the wheel of name, and at the end of the night, I draw that. And if you win the wheel or a giveaway, you just have to email me and tell me what prize you want. And I give away 1 ounce copper rounds, which have also been going up. Copper was, I think, $6 a pound, and rounds, about 100 rounds. They won't be here for a bit, but the next day it went up again. So luckily I got them in at a little bit cheaper than if I bought them now. So my costs have gone up, of course. This one is a 1949. Oh, and I got to put those on the board too. So let me pull that up. Not 560s. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Now I've got that on there. All right, anybody get 49? Let's see. We got a 46. Looks like just a couple 46s. KJ and VMC. Unless I'm wrong, usually you guys let me know, so. Hey, Eagle Hoarder, welcome. Two at 51. Huh. Which ones are those in? And Marsh and Garrett, okay. Garrett C, I'm assuming, yeah. So you guys were 2 away. The other ones were 3 away. Dang it. $64 Denver. Oh, let's get focused here. $64 Denver. I'm going to pull off to the side. Fix my camera a little bit. Try to get to focus. I'm good at the math part. It's just I have to scroll through everything and trying to remember to do that, put on the board and look for the winners. Sometimes I don't catch it all. But oh well. Stuck around the other night after the stream and I opened some quarters. Second box in a row. Found a quarter. Silver. 1944. Took me until just a week or 2 ago when I did my hunt and had never found a silver quarter in the wild in a box. I finally found one after years of searching. And then the next box I opened a week later had another quarter, and it was the 44. So 2 boxes in a row with silver quarters. I guess having to wait for years to finally get one make it just as awesome when you get 2 in a row. My dime boxes have been absolutely abysmal. Hopefully this one here, it's a nice 64 Denver. Hopefully it has a RPM, because that would be a good one. Especially in that condition. Most of them you find are not very good. I've gone, I think, 13 boxes of dimes without even a foreign. I used to average a half a silver per box and 1 foreign per box, and then last year was just completely awful. So I still open them because, you know, you might find one, but highly unlikely. Yeah, you've been great at dimes. My halves are never very well. I actually did a lot better in the second half of last year. The first half I only had a 0.4, and I ended the year at 0.8 silver per box. My dimes, like I said, in the last 13, I think it is, boxes have been absolutely zero. Whereas before I would at least get a Canadian or some other foreign. I have found silver quarters and dimes in coin return at Coinstar. But yeah, I never found one in the wild until just the other day. I like nickels. I like pennies, sort of. Problem is I can't get them. And it just takes a little bit longer because they're smaller and for me a little harder to go through. I would say mine are probably nickels and halves, and then quarters. I do find W's and proofs and NIFC quarters, so I still find those. This is one I found not too long ago. Sometimes the W's are pretty good looking and some of them look like crap. Yeah, I didn't even think about looking at that. But well, they're still been decent. We haven't gotten any of the snow and stuff. But we're in southern Utah, so a lot of times we don't get anything. Hopefully we'll find BH some great stuff. I also look for 75 high Ds. This is not a high D. Managed to get penny rolls from the bank. I saved lots of unsearched bank rolls. Yeah, I was back in September. My banks said, we're not going to be able to order them anymore. So that was back in September when I got cut off. Both my bank and my credit union use the same company. So they get their shipment the same day. They drop the bank's shipment off, then they go down the street to the credit union and drop theirs off. So when I pick up nickels and stuff, even if they were at different banks, they were on the same truck. Yeah. I have a box my daughter's working on. So if I can find them, that would be great, but I'm not expecting them anytime soon. There we go. We have another find out of that same roll. And another find. We've got 3 finds in this roll. So I always tell them, if you ever get any, let me know. But at least they order me extra nickels. Usually they always ask, how many do you want? And I said, the same as usual. I want 4 delivery. Because if I can get 4 from each bank, that would give me some that I could open. But right now I don't open them myself, because right now I have 5 boxes and I have 5 hunts that are already claimed. So, all right, let's finish this one in, because like I said, we got 2 more out of that roll. I'll let Yenny in. It's a 1949. The second find was that. So the 40s have taken the lead. And let's see, 49, we got Coin Hunt exactly on. Oops. Coin Hunt 101. And Jimmy. There we go. And as you can see, you don't have to put the 19. For me, it actually kind of throws me off, because I'm always looking for the 2-digit. Excuse me. We're already at 42 likes. We're getting there. And we're not even through the first roll. All right, get the last of those guesses in, because I still got a third one out of that roll to do. That one's on 54. And the third one. 50s have tied it back up. Let's see, 54. We got Littlefoot exactly on. We got Mark Spafford exactly on. And Smoker exactly on. I think those 3. Yeah, you might want to change yours guess, Tim, because a 43 would be a silver war nickel, and it does not have the big mint mark up there, so it is not going to be a 43, 4, or 5. So if you have guessed 43, 4, or 5, just retract your guess and put a new one in. That's the nice thing about our community here, is we help people if they do something like that, where they put a year that obviously can't be in that sort of thing. Oh, and that 49s, if it's an S, 49 S's are semi-key dates, The first one we found was not. But let me go. The last 49S was a D. So, got a 49 a P and a 49D. And that 54, I know you're looking for a 54S. And that is a D. And 59 is not on that list. Alright, I think that's probably good. We'll flip it. I can't remember what the year is. Oh, that's right. This one is a 47. So the 40s have said, nope, not tonight. We're going to come back. So 47. We got Garrett. C. Mike Schleins. And Jimmy. I think those three. And Joy 4118. I see that you are in here. So I'm going to get you some points. If you subscribe, you get extra points. But you now have 10 million points to play and gamble with. So it's one of those that if you just come in and watch and everything, it accumulates with the watch time. But hey, Emmeline, subscribing automatically gives you points. I do stream every Monday and Thursdays at 5:30 Mountain. And you can always set bell notifications to remind you. I usually post it the day before as an upcoming. So the only time I don't is if I have some kind of family thing going on. Like if my son, when he had basketball, you know, there was a night that I didn't do it, but I always let people know. Right now, I don't see anything coming up. Gamble the Farm. Exclamation me. We'll put your channel link up if you provide content and want subscribers. Exclamation ME will post your link. And I do subscribe to anybody that puts it up if I haven't already. I know Coin Hunts I have. So when I see new ones pop up, every once in a while I'll go back and double check, because I have had, YouTube says that they don't, but I've had numerous times where all of a sudden, you know, I don't get notifications or anything. It's because I've been unsubscribed and I didn't go in and hit the unsubscribe button. You know, I can understand if you made an accident one time or something, but multiple people, it's like, I don't think so. After tonight's stream, I will have more than enough hours because you lose anything that's a year old, drops off. Hey, there's your first 2009. It's a Denver, unfortunately. I know you're looking for Phillies, but yeah, still. Yep. So everything after a year drops off. So it's in the rolling 1 year period. Yeah, still 9. And I had figured up that I would have been just over 3,000 as of last stream on Monday, but some time or some watch hours must have dropped off, because now I'm sitting at, when you factor in up through Monday, 2,985. So definitely after tonight, I'll have the 3,000, and then however long it takes them to do their thing. So hopefully in a couple weeks. Don't know. I have no idea how long they take. Because it takes about 5 days for it to populate, because they do a verification on it, so it's not like an immediate thing. So it's usually been taking about 5 or 6 days to verify it. So they say a week, and then once that week goes by, then you can submit to be able to do memberships and things. So we will see. We have a second one out of this roll also. Seems like these rolls tend to have multiple finds in the same roll. And a third find. That's the second roll where we've had 3 finds in one roll. Make that 4 finds. We got 3 that we can guess on, but then we found another 09. Still a Denver. I don't find many Phillies. I think I found one for New Marshall, was it? All right. Let's flip this one, and then we'll guess on the next one. This one's a 54. Guess number 2 is now up. Get that on the board, the 50s. 54, we had KJ. It was a 54, right? Yeah. For some reason in my mind, I'm like, wait a minute, that wasn't a 54. So there we go. Looks like KJ was the only one. Yeah, I watch for when I flip it. If something comes in as I'm flipping it, I usually let them in. But if I've already flipped it, I know there's a lag, but I can't wait around all night for lag. So try to be as fair as possible. So the oldest of the box right now is what, 49? 40 something. 47, a 49, and a 49. So 47 is currently the oldest of the box. Yep, 47 is the oldest so far. I don't know if anybody picked 47. I show 45 and 49 would be the two closest. We usually end up finding a few more than that, but New Marshall, I've got a big package to get sent to you because you had, I think, 26 finds out of 2 of the boxes and lots of goodies. My ex-wife just texted me a picture of my son with his new haircut. He wanted to get a perm again. This one is a 50 something, 59, and the new guess. Let's see, 59s. Littlefoot. Looks like just Littlefoot as far as I can see. So he had gotten a perm during football season and kept it again, so that's one of about the only 2 haircuts I've never had. I never had a perm and I've never had dreadlocks. But pretty much everything else I have had. I've had long hair, dyed hair, I had completely bicked with shaving cream, I had a mohawk, I had a flat top, I had a rat tail, and I was like the man in grade school. My rat tail was 13 inches long, halfway down my back, so we'd go on field trips, and the girls would sit in front and back of me to braid my rat tail. And all the other boys were not happy with that, because they would have a rat tail and it was not very long. Like I said, mine was halfway down my back. So, you know, of course I'm going to let them play with my hair. Hey, Joey Brown. This one's at 52. The 50s are saying, nope, not tonight. We're going to come back. let's see. It sure helps when KJ puts those start up and stop signs. Helps tremendously. 52, we got Captain Vic and Smoker. And Jim Thompson from the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Hey, Vincent, welcome. There we go. I'll look for you tonight. Well, you never know. At the end of the night, I do let everyone that's in the chat still get an entry automatically. Yeah, I can understand 74. So no matter what, you get at least one entry if you're there when I am ready to spin the wheel. Yeah, I had hair that hung down about like long, not just the rat tail, but I don't know, about 6 inches. Not like super long. I just didn't like long hair. I did learn that if you ever bick your head with shaving cream and a razor, and you do it in the summer, you need to wear sunscreen on your head, like big time. I learned that mistake quickly. Long been coin collecting and hunting. I've always collected, not really collected, but you know, I would find silver coins, you know, as a kid. But I never like went to the coin store and bought things. I always collected currency, especially when I was in college and I worked at the bank. That was my big thing, was I focused on currency. And then after my divorce, because I got divorced in 2019, I came across a couple coin channels, and that got me back into the collecting of coin part. So about, like, seriously collecting and hunting, about 6 years. But I've always, like I said, done it throughout my life. I have a huge foreign currency collection, and then a large American currency. Yeah. It's like, when you're a kid, you don't really pay attention. Just like, you know, growing up in Wyoming, we'd go shoot guns all the time after school and things. And now I'm half deaf, of course. Part of that is loud music and guns without hearing protection and all kinds of stuff. I had a bike accident when I was, I don't know, about 12. We were going from one dam to another dam on the country roads, and I was coming down a hill. My brake cable, you know, started to go way faster than I wanted, so I started braking, and my brake cable got snapped, got caught in my tire. It threw me off, and I bounced down the side of the road where the gravel and the weeds are, on my head and shoulder. So we loaded everything up, drove about a half hour in to get to town, and went into the hospital. And they did MRIs and stuff, and then spent 4 hours picking gravel out of my head and arm. And ever since then, that ear, like if a baby screams or microphone feedback or something, I have to plug my right ear, but my left ear, it doesn't like bother it. And so, of course, like I said, years of guns and stuff, but it's my left ear, and that's the side that I had landed on. So I think that caused some... I had blood coming out my ear, and so that's why they had to do MRI and everything, because they wanted to make sure I wasn't bleeding in the brain and stuff. So my mom said that she can verify that I have a brain. I may not use it, but I have a brain. If I only had a brain. Doo, 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 doo. Some people have a brain and don't use it. Guesses, get your guesses. And I'll watch for those few that popped in before KJ was able to get that up, so don't worry about putting them down in the bottom or anything. I'll look for them. And an 85S proof nickel, bluish dire. I have found some proofs, not only for myself, but subscribers doing their hunts. Don't come across them often in nickels, but we have found them. And we do have a second one out of this roll. No third one, but we do have a second one. Yeah, we have not found any war nickel for quite a while. We seem to have been finding buffaloes more than war nickels. Let the last few guesses come in and we'll flip it. Hey, 3 eyeballs. That one's a 49. Did it have a mint mark? Nope. Because the 49 San Francisco is a semi-key date. And it is not. Dang it. 40s are like, no, we need to come back. It's kind of funny when we have like a back and forth like that. All right, 49. Who did we have? I had a 48. Oh, 49, David Rubin. And Smoker. You guys are on fire. And Ed Marsh. There you go. See, we're almost at 50 likes, it looks like. Oh, we got one out of this roll already. And a 43, that's nice. It's about 6.5 silver value on a war nickel. Yeah, it's kind of fun to watch it battle back and forth. And then the other night, I think we had something like 15 from the 50s. They were just like, nope, we're leaving you in the dust. We'll let you finish up this guessing, and then we'll flip it. because we do have that other one to put up. It's a 54. Down on the board and then look for who won. And once in a while I make a mistake and put it in the wrong pile or something, but we had a 54 the other time too. Z 54 we have KJ. Yeah, New Marshall and VMC. Mark Spafford. There we go. That was roll 19 I just finished. I'm opening roll 20 now. And almost cutting myself. Yeah, those silver nickels or quarters are about 20 bucks in silver. So I'll always take that. Now for my penny and nickel packs and copper packs, but at the rate I'm going, I'm trying to keep costs down as best I can, but if I have to buy more, then I will have to raise my prices. Because I just don't have bags of silver nickels laying around. Or rounds, copper rounds. They've risen yet again. Luckily I got them in at right under $3 with shipping and tax. But now I was looking and it'll be close to $4 with shipping and tax. And that's like if you buy 100 of them. Because I do get charged taxes on copper because it is not considered a precious metal. And it is a 49. Did it have a mint mark? Nope. But the 40s, they're saying not quite so fast. 49. Let's see. Anybody get it? We got a 48. 49, New Marshall. And Michael Rose. Nice. I show we're at 48 likes, which probably means we're at 49. Mine is always one behind. Jolly had 50. Okay, I'll throw him on. As I say, I do have it on live chat, but my other one I didn't, so now I do. I had one on live chat and one on the other. Hey, Fleabag, welcome. If you just came in, you can hit that like button and put us at 50 likes, and we'll do a 50 like giveaway. Hey, Crafty. We're at 51. Okay, we will do that after this guessing so it doesn't get all mushed up. Was that other 54 an S? No, it was a D. I think we had a 52. Was that a D? Nope. I'm hoping that I can cross some of those off for you, but it doesn't look like we have any yet. Alrighty. This one's a 58. It's a Denver, so unfortunately it's not one that you needed, but yeah, we'll still get it on. Let's see, where am I? 50s are now 7. Go to the wheel. We're at 57. 58, Crafty. Man, you come in and you get lucky. All right, now we'll do that. Exclamation GAW. We had 25 at the end of before the end of the first row. We've had 50, not even to the halfway box point. Will we get a 75 tonight? It always starts off like that, though. It always has quite a few to begin with and then tapers off towards the end. But hey, for only doing it for what, halfway through September, so October, November, December, January, so 4.5 months. Not too bad. Hopefully I'll get extra boxes like I've been asking. I've told both banks I would like 4 per pickup since I only get them every other week. And they keep saying, oh, okay. And then they only ever get 2. So right now it's one of those that I'll probably get more, but at least I've got the stock to search for the ones that have already paid and on the calendar. If I wasn't able to get stock, then no, they just aren't allowed to order as much as I would like, because they have limits on what they're allowed to order, because we're a small rural area, and so they don't, like corporate and stuff, at first wasn't even letting me get $half, but they started getting $half, so they've been able to get me usually 2 boxes per bank. Well, bank and credit union. So between the two, I'm getting basically enough to keep going at the rate. Well, it looks like guessing's over, but I'm going to resume it just for a short period until we guess this one, so that I'm not on the wheel and people aren't guessing something they can't see. And we'll have a good one in this roll. Hey, welcome, Doug. We'll flip this, we'll do our 50 light giveaway, and then we'll guess the next one. This one's now our oldest of the box, 1946. Oh, I guess I better leave that up there, but we'll wait just a minute here. 40s, we've got 6 of them. And 46, we had, I think I saw at least one person. KJ is 1. And BMC is 1. And Fleabag is 1. Anybody else? Oh wait, 46, not 56. What the hell am I doing? Sorry, I was looking at the wrong coin. 46 would help. So 46. Kathy. I think Kathy's just the only one I saw at 46. For some reason I was... Oh, Fleabag was 46. And VMC, yeah. So I guess those were right. For some reason I was thinking that I was looking at 56s when I looked at your guys's. There we go. Now we're better. All right. And I'm off it tonight. We're going to close entries. We're going to pick a winner. And the winner says KJ. You have won the 50 like. And I already have one that I need to send you, so I'll just stick it in with your second one. And you've been asking for it. It's not going to be 50s. I can tell you it's either going to be a 42, 3, 4, or 5. So I would retract your guess and choose a new one. Because it is a war nickel, and the only years it can be are 42, 43, 44, and 45. Part of 42 was regular, and the other part was war. But that's why it can be, 42 can be one of those kind of either way ones. But yeah, for a war nickel, those are the only options you can win with. I mean, you can guess the other one, but I'll just automatically tell you that you won't win. But that's what we tried to do, is make sure if someone guesses, you know, not everybody knows those off the top of their head and things, and we like to make sure people are given a fair chance. Yeah, Littlefoot, you want to choose a different year. It can only be set a 42, a 43, a 44, and a 45. So if I were you, I would choose one of those 4 years. Yeah, the talk to text does that because it pauses what you're watching, so it doesn't pick up the volume and everything from that. Set my playback speed to 1.5. Mine always just hit the live where it says live, and it just takes you straight up to the exact moment. 42p, yeah. You say 43? Okay. And it is one guess per coin. Littlefoot, did you get your new guess in? I'm going to get this on the board. Nope, let's do this. Okay, perfect. We know it is a Philadelphia. It's at 45. Oh! Yeah, it happens. I know I saw a few 45s at least. Let's just go right down the list. BH had 45. Jolly. Actually, I guess there weren't as many 45s as I thought. I guess I saw 43s and thought they were 45s. Doug Hardy. Mark Spafford. David Ruin. I'll let Joan, because I know I saw he hadn't flipped it yet because I was waiting on him. So BH Jolly, Doug, Mark David Joe. So, just a few. It's the inverse. Nothing wrong with that. As I say, the majority of you looked like it was going to be 43 and oh, coin code. Okay. Thank you. Type in exclamation email, and that gives you my email address. It's dadhuntscoins@gmail.com. That is just to get your name on the wheel of names. It's not a winning round. So these guesses just get your name on the wheel, which right now looks like that. So I put your name over here and it just adds them on, and then that is what we are getting names on. You can always email me about other stuff too, but yeah, these aren't prizes right now. Correct. With this win, you get a chance to win. Yep, we had just did 50 in KJ1. So if you, like I said, if you do leave Coin Hunt, the wheel I do at the end of the night. So if your name is drawn on that, you'd have to at least go back and watch the last little bit. And then if you win there, that is when you would email me. Sometimes we only have 40 names on the wheel, and sometimes we have 90. Just depends on how the night goes. Hey, Isaiah Moses. Welcome. This is halfway through the box, and I'm on roll 25 right at the moment. And we have 16 finds, including a war nickel, which is now the oldest in the box. All names but mine. Well, stick around until the very end and you get at least one name on the wheel if you're at the end when I go to spin it, because everybody who's in the chat can get their name on. Which we've had people come in and the only name was the one they did that was at the end of the stream in the chat, and that one name won. So I've seen all kinds of stuff. I've seen people with their name on the wheel 10 times and they don't win. I have gloves. It's weird that when I hunt, I don't use gloves usually. But when I return coins, I definitely use gloves. I don't know why that is, but I do wash my hands very well, though. When I would go to return coins at the credit union and I'm putting them through the machine and I have my glove on, and the first few times they kind of looked at me, and when I was done, I'd hold my hand up, and they'd be like, "Oh." They're like, "Yeah, I would use a glove then too." And my hand actually gets dirtier. Oh my goodness. Give you a little sneak peek here. Let's finish this one up and then get that to buffalo on. Well, you've got the war nickel, you've got a buffalo nickel. And this one's a 54. It does have a mint mark of, well, let's take a look in just a second here. So 54S is one that you had on your list, at least from last time. So 54S is now marked off. Congratulations on that one. Get that on the board, and then we'll see who the winners were. And I can't finish that one yet. Oh, thank you, Garrett. Garrett C. Yenny, BH Cap Vic. Yeah. Let's get it on that spot. And Jolly. And I don't think I've seen anybody put one, but 38 will be the newest of the years. This one, there is no mint mark that I can see, at least. The first year it would be a 1913. So let's get a guess in if you haven't. And yeah, no mint mark. It's a 35. We now have our oldest of the box with a full dated buffalo. Yep. Well, Littlefoot, you had guessed a 32. And 74 says crafty. And Otis, Michael Rose, Kathy Keith, got a few 35s. Got Fleabag also, Mike Schleiss. Let's go back up to the top and look. So I have Mike, Fleabag, Crafty, Otis, Michael, Rose, Kathy, Keith, yeah, it looks like I got 2. Will we get a V nickel? I think it's right here. It's not the greatest shape, but there is a 5 that you can see. And you can see the shield on the back. Not very well, but you can see it. Nickel Bounty. $24 Denver. Full roll of Buffaloes would be nice with an 09 and a 24 ender. I would take a roll of War Nickels with a Buffalo ender. That would be awesome. Will BH get the first trifecta? And for those that posted videos, I saw a few people posted like some mail calls and some shorts and things. I haven't seen any of those today. I haven't had the opportunity. So I will go back later and watch them. So when they pop up, I always watch them. At least hit a like button. So I do try to support you guys with at least watching them. Sometimes I comment on them. Sometimes I don't. Depends on my mood. Still waiting for your package from me. That's okay. I sent a package with eBay back on the 15th, and it's still in transit, arriving late. Let's see. When did you win that? Was it a win or was it a did you buy? A win? Okay. 2 weeks ago. Yeah, it should have been sent. Yep, there I go. I got 50 likes on the 15th. So that's been 14 days. Huh. Interesting. Well, yeah. I had sent the package off of, sold on eBay on the 15th, dropped it off at 9 a.m. It took 4 days for it to get to Vegas, and we don't have snow. And then it finally arrived in Vegas and got scanned the first time. And then it was like an hour difference between here and Vegas, and it's like, sorry, but Vegas is 3.5-hour drive, and unless they were going over 150 miles an hour in their big USPS truck, I don't think that's accurate. And so then it was there for a few days, and then it finally left, and then it went to in transit, and then now it's been in transit arriving late for the last 10 days. The one we had a package sent from Missouri ended up in Hawaii, then came to me 70. Yeah, I have it. I don't know what they do sometimes. Like, I've ordered stuff like on Amazon or things, and mine has gone from wherever they sent it from. I can't remember where, but they sent it, went to California, bounced around between 2 different processing centers for 2 days, went to Salt Lake, then I went back to California for a couple more days, and then back to Salt Lake, and then down to Vegas, and then finally got to me. So my package was taking a vacation. So, Colorado Coins, shoot me an email, and if it still hasn't arrived after a little while, I'll send you another one. Can't remember what I sent you, but that's one thing I don't track is what round I sent, because I would have all day writing them down. But I do keep track of who won and what they won, like the GA or 50 like or that sort of thing. Well, it's good. I can put this up and then pick up all the coins that I just dropped. Luckily, most of them landed in my box of wheat cents that are in tubes. A couple on the floor. Yeah, I've had, I think, 2 envelopes ever get stolen. Well, the round was stolen. They cut the envelope open and took it. So that's why I put a bunch of tape around the whole outside of it. Yes, I probably overdo it, but since I've started doing that, I haven't had any get reported as stolen. Michael, you sent something December 6th, went back to him on January 24th, didn't clear customs. Well, that sucks. Luckily, the one that I sent you must not have had any problems. It got to you, so. It's a 52. And you're looking for a 52D and an S, and there is a mint mark. Let's see which one it is. That's 2 that we can cross off your thing tonight. And it's worth more because it's upside down. I think that's an S. Let me see if... Well, I have no idea. I'm thinking it's an S, but it could be a D. Who knows? Maybe we'll go like this. And... Problem is it's all cruddy. I'm thinking it's an S. As you can see right up at the top right, but it could be a D, I don't know. Looks like an S, but then if you kind of look at it right, it could be a D. Either way, it's damaged, so it's a dus. See, that way it looks more like an S, but then it could be a D. It's one of them. I don't know which one, but it's another one on your list. Let's get that on the board and then see who won. 50s. And, yeah. I mean, I could go in and wipe it off if you want me to, but I guess if you do, let me know. Gotta get to my wheel of names and see who it was. 52, 52, 52, got a 53, oh, 52, Crafty. Any besides Crafty? There you go. Now, like I said, I can try wiping any of it off, but it looks kind of just damaged, so either way, it's a D or an S, so... Told you to copy Crafty. I guess if we find a second one, then you can choose whichever one you want to put in your book. We got another one to guess. At first I was wondering if your box was going to get anything more than a few 50s and 40s in it, like 49s and 50s. That wasn't really anything spectacular. And then we got a War and a Buffalo and 09, a 24. KJ's missing in Ohio. Yeah, it's been a good box. Whoops. I'll unwrap this one and then we'll flip it. Should have had enough time to put a year in since I've already hunted one roll. And you can't drive 55. That's the second one there. And it is not a filly because the 55 filly is a semi-key date. But this was a 55 with a mint mark. So, sorry. 55. Kathy Keith. Anybody else? that 10 already? Wow. We've been pulling some of the dates that are semi-key, like the 49s and the 55 and 40. I guess 49 was basically it. I got a second one to guess out of this roll, but they're all the wrong mint marks. And the third one to guess out of this roll. I'll finish these few coins and we'll flip it, because then we'll go on to get to the next one, to then get to the next one. Now I'll go with this. It's a 1940. Number 2. We got 41s. And just 41s is all I'm seeing. I didn't see any 39s either. So I had Mike, KJ, VMC, and 74. There you go. Hey, B. Waller. Look, turning around. First I thought you were saying lick it, and I'm like, I'm not going to lick it. Yeah, I was going to say it was over $6 today, so. That one is a 1940. And the third one. Is that 2 40s in a row? Yes, it was. Huh. 2 40s. Nice. Littlefoot and David. Fractional Silva. Yeah. I would say the second half has been doing better than the first half with more quality finds. Hey, 3 Buffalo. You removed your 53. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those that if you put 2 in and you remove 1, that is completely fine. Alright, I got a few coins left. Get your last guesses in. I don't even remember what the year on this one is. Oh, yeah, I do. '59. Last year of the 50s. Some Mike with 59. Crafty with 59. Garrett. C with 59. Littlefoot. David Kinham. Yes, Crafty, not Craft. Had to fix that name. Garrett C, Littlefoot, David C. Okay. Yep. When I go in and they ask me, what do you want for like coins? Because I'll be like, I'll take anything you got. And that's why sometimes they'll give me a bunch of quarters and pennies, or quarters and dimes and stuff, and I take them. And other times they give me like one box of nickels. I got 2 more boxes of quarters, and it's like, are those other 2? They were picked up in a different pickup, though. Well, I picked them up in my car, not a pickup, but ha ha ha. We'll see. There we go. We got another one to guess. Oh my hell! Who keeps texting? It's probably the group text. I guess Williams 48. Sure. It's funny because the one of the newer people that do the ER. That's the only shift they do is ER, because they hired someone to do the day from like 7A to 3P, and the other one does like 3P to midnight or something. And she came up and was asking something, so the office manager had me come over, and she goes, "Let's ask Adam." So they asked something about they'd gotten him in the system and verified and did all that. And she goes, "Should I have called the person on call to come up and take over or not?" And I said, "Well, what I do is make it a 54. And what I do is I ask the nurses, do you think you'll want someone to come up, or do you just want to call them when if you need them?" And they're like, "Oh, that's a good idea." And I'm like, because that way you don't have to call someone in if they're not there. Is it just Queen Hunts, Texas? It's only 54, I think I'm seeing. So it's funny, they're like, "Yeah, that is a..." Yes, what we do, Silver Spoon, is when we find an older nickel, I put it up and people get to guess. And then if they guess, whoever is closest or spot on gets their name on a wheel of names. At the end of the night, I spin that wheel of names, and whoever it lands on gets a 1 ounce copper round that I let them choose for. If you do win, you don't have to be present to win on the wheel of names, but you still do have to email me. If you're under 18, you do need a parent to email and claim the prize, saying that you're allowed to get it, and then I will send you a copper round if they are okay with it. In 50s. Okay, that takes care of that problem. I've only had a couple that are under 18, but that is what it is. At the beginning of the night, we when I first start, I put up a list of drinks, and then we also do the oldest coin in the box. So at the beginning of the night, we do those, and that's an extra way to get your name in. And then you guess the nickels as we find them, and that gets your name on the wheel. We also do giveaways at 25 likes, 50 likes, 75 if we ever come across it, which I shouldn't say if, because we will sometime, but probably not super soon. And what I'm doing is I'm hunting nickels for a subscriber. They buy a hunt, and they get to keep everything in it. So right now, this is subscriber BH's box. And we found a 1935 Buffalo, a 1945 War Nickel, 8 from the 40s, 12 from the 50s, 2 from 2009, and 1 from 2024. We also have a bounty. On my bounty, if someone gets a War Nickel, a Buffalo Nickel, and a V Nickel, they get a War Nickel, or a Shield Nickel. If you haven't subscribed, you can subscribe and it will automatically give you points. Otherwise, it makes you like start accumulating them after you've been in here for like 5 minutes or something. So if you want immediate points, just subscribe on that. And this is an example of what we do. We find an old coin, we put it up, and being new, I'll give you a hint. It'll be 50s or older. Nice. So you are welcome to guess. It's one guess per person. So if you decide you change your mind, you can retract your bid or retract your guess and put the new one in. But it is free, does not cost anything except for typing the number out. And as you can see, most people just put the last two digits, like 46, 49, 41, 54. That's all I basically ever look at anyway. We got a second one that we can guess. I find quite a few 2025s. I just sold 2 boxes, but they disappeared in the mail. Which means I don't get my money from eBay until it gets delivered. See, there's a 25. There's a 25. I only ever find 25 Denvers. All right. We'll finish this one, and then yeah, I had 2 full boxes that I sold. Didn't make a ton. I made about 30 bucks on each of them after shipping and everything. This one is a 1941. There's your new one. And let's see who gets their name on the wheel. 41. Did anybody guess it? Oh, KJ guessed 41 exactly. And VMC. And Brian Robinson. Probably sounds like I say Robinson, but I'm saying Robinson. David Rubin. So KJ, VMC, Brian, and David. Woohoo! And if no one gets it exactly on, I go to the closest. So if, for example, no one had 41, but they had a 40 and a 42, both people get it. I don't do like the Price is Right type thing. It's either direction. And if you have any questions or anything about what we're doing or anything like that, just let me know. $2009. And as you can see, I track what we find on the screen so people can see what we have found. We've had a few rolls with multiple finds in a row, like a roll. Not like next to each other, but all right, let's finish up the guesses on this one. I'm going to unwrap this and then I'm going to flip it. It's time for a V-nickel is what we need. All right. Another 54. All right, let's see. We got Captain Vic. Whoops. There we go. Vincent. Jolly Roger. David Rubin. Otis. It's Captain Vic, Vincent, Caparina, Jolly Roger, David R., and Otis. If I missed anybody, please holler and let me know. And Silver Spoon, I'm going to get you some points so you can gamble and everything. Because like I said, it gives you a very few amount of points. Unless you subscribe, you get extras, but you can now do the gambling stuff and adventures and what was it, 25? Jim Thompson must have said that his meds are kicking in, which is why everybody's probably saying have a good night. At least I found a combination that sorta helps. Because Lunesta or Ambien by itself doesn't work, and the Quvivic by itself doesn't work, and it's expensive. But I found if I combine them together, they actually sort of work. I can take 2 sleeping pills and be an hour and a half, and still be, or 4 hours and still be awake. But when I combine the 2 different kinds, I start to get a little bit sleepy in about an hour and a half. But like I said, the one is not cheap. Insurance doesn't cover it, so I can use like a good RX thing. They've had me use all kinds of stuff, and I don't think that was one of them. They've had me like on the generics of, you know, Ambien and Lunestas and those kind. And then I asked them about Quvivic, because Dayvigo is the one that they wanted, but it is not covered and it is extremely expensive. And even with like good RX, it was still like $400 something. And this Quvivic is through GoodRx $135. So I've tried it for a few months, and like I said, the just by itself doesn't do anything. Lunestas, Ambiens, all those, like I said, I can take multiple, doesn't do anything. But if I combine them together, they actually work a little bit. one night they called me. I wasn't on call or anything, but they called me, and so my phone rings. I wake up, and they needed me to come in. I'm like, well, what's going on? And I'm thinking it was like a major trauma accident, something like that. And they were needing extra hands, and they said, no, we can't get a hold of Bev. And I'm like, but I'm not on. And they're like, but we can't get a hold of her. I'm like, fine, I'll come up. So I went up, and so they called her son, who's a sheriff deputy, and he went over and woke her up. Her phone was on silent. She'd gotten a new phone and must have not realized it. So she came up and finished it. But yeah, I was asleep, and then I was straight up. PTSD or stress. I just have never been, like, I've always been a night owl. Another weird thing is medications don't work the same on me, a lot of them. For example, oxycodone, Vicodins, those sort of things. I can take 15 milligrams of oxycodone, and it doesn't make me high, doesn't make me loopy, nothing. Caffeine doesn't do anything. I can drink 4 in one day, like when I was on call, and was up for basically 24 hours almost straight. When I had to go to the hospital, and because I have a bulging disc and it was extremely bad, so I had my mom drive me down to St. George, because all they would have done here is transfer me down there anyway. And I spent 2 hours in the ER. I left town. I had taken 15 of Oxy. When I got there, they gave me a round of Dilaudid, and then an hour later, they gave me another round of Dilaudid. And so in basically 3 hours worth of time, I had all that. And they discharged me and said to go directly to this pain doctor. And usually it takes a while to get into a pain doctor. And the ER doc had called her, knew her, and basically said, I'm sending this guy over, get him in today, immediately. So I walked out of there, well, hunched over and in pain, but I walked out of there, and my mom, she was like, I would never have known you had all those narcotics in you, because you weren't slurring your speech, you weren't stumbling, you weren't, glassy-eyed, you weren't anything like the normal things that most people who were on narcotics do. When I had my neck, I had to have my neck fused, and I've been taking Oxy and all that kind of stuff, and the surgeon, he goes, what are you taking? I told him. He goes, have you tried to leave? And I was like, no. I was like, just the over-counter stuff? And he goes, yeah. He goes, try that. So I tried it, and Aleve actually helped better for pain than Oxy. So part of it is my mind is always racing. And it sounds counterintuitive, but to actually get it to slow down when I'm trying to go to sleep and stuff is actually thinking, doing mental calculations in my head. We had 3 out of that roll, so we're going to flip them and then get to the next ones. That one's a 55, but it has got a mint mark. That's the second one. These are starting to fall over. There we go. 50s. No 55, so 54s and 6s you guys are saying. So that's Brian R. Fleabag. Kathy Keith. Jolly. Smoker. David. C. Mike S. It was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so, something like that. Yeah, that roll it had 3, so just a few. But yeah, it's that's why things just don't work the same for me. Even when I was a partier, I could mix things together, and it didn't really do much. I could drink quite a bit and still be fine walking, talking, everything. I don't do that anymore, but you know, when you're in your 20s and go out party, you do stupid stuff. This one's a 54. And there's a new one. Alrighty, let's see who we had. 54s. We had AR, Jolly, Brian R, Yenny, Mike S, Vincent, David, Ruben. Now let's do the initials because we have David Kenham. Mutants with special powers. What I love is when you get one and it throws everybody off. Like it's a 1940 and everybody's guessing, you know, it's a 57 or something because it's like quite nice looking. Or you get one that's like a 58 and everybody guesses like a 42 or something because it's so horrible looking. I think I put that last one on the board. I don't know. We'll figure it up at the end. If I didn't. Hey, you found the first 63 Philly. Alrighty, we got another one to guess, so finish those ones up and then we'll flip it. $58. Get that on the board. Another from the 50s. Let's see, 58. We had 59 and 7s. 58, Otis. And Garrett. C. There you go. Congratulations. And BH, I'll look at some of those like 54s because I forgot to look at mint marks. Well, we found the 54S, so that's not a big deal. I didn't look to see if that 58 what it was, so when we're going through them, we'll. Oh, gotcha. I'm like, what? Not 64, 54. I'm like, well, huh? But then I saw you had accidentally put 64 up there. An easiest way to fix that, if you do, is put the correct number in and retract your other one. Good night, Jimmy. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you having you here. All right. We'll finish this one up and we'll flip it. Speaking of mint marks, that's a D. This was a 48. 48S is a semi-keyed 8. But this was a 48D. Sorry. 40s have now come at least into double digits. Holy crap, this is a big box. And who do we have? 48s. Oh, Fleabag got it. Mark Spafford, David Rubin. No, Mark was 48. Yeah, Mark was 48. David was 58. I'm almost giving it to extra people. Smoker. Fleabag, Mark, and Smoker. Well, we got 4 rolls left to find that stubborn bean again. You're just floating around like me. I would love to actually give away a bounty. Although, I buy mine from Sam's Club, so they're not called bounty. Hey! Doesn't want to focus. Yeah, it's a 2009. You'll have to trust me on it. Still no 09P. All of them are D's. The only thing I can figure is one of them fell out because I'm pretty sure we found you a 49 or a 09P at one point. But maybe not. That'll be a good spot to let me check my text from my mom. My brother's going to be in town tomorrow. He lives in Texas and he flies around to different places for work. And he's going to be, hey, Bellows, nice to see you. It's okay if you're late. Get your guess in if you want to do that. Did you get your guess? Hopefully. This just came in. I'll give you a minute. All right. Fleabag, Kathy Keith. It's a 41. I know I saw at least one person with it. Otis was one. And Scott C. Anybody else? Otis and Scott? Oh, and you need 41 Denver, so we'll have to look for those. Got quite a few for, not quite a few, but a few from your list that you needed, at least if it was still up to date. So you could always hedge your bets, and when it's like 59, you know, if you put a 59, you could get the 58. But if you put a 58, it could be a 57 or a 59 and still be close if it was 1 year off either way. But then, do you go 58 and miss out on getting the 59 exact? See, one of the other reasons why I'm always, like, my mind is always running is I think of stupid things, like, how do dragons blow out candles? Why is every sea in Pacific Ocean sound different? Why do you park on a driveway and drive on a parkway? But see, that's the kind of stuff that I start thinking of, and your mind just... So the only way I can kind of really calm it down is literally do calculations in my head, not because it's boring, but because I like doing it. It makes my mind slow down and actually think. Don't think too much? I wish. Last roll. You got a 1 in 50 chance it could be a V-nickel. Actually, a lot less than that, but out of these 50 coins, one of them could be. But I can read. I've tried listening to white noise. I've tried listening to the different colored noise or whatever the crap they call that. You know, I've tried reading. I've tried watching TV. I've tried just sitting there. I've tried, you know, you name it. AEG. BH is having a great box. Monday's hunt for VMC, I believe it is, will be from the same pickup. And let's see, I've got 2 for William E from the same pickup. Wait a minute. I got 4 boxes, but I have 5 hunts. That's a problem. I guess I don't have enough boxes at the moment. Because I have VMC, 2 for William E, and 2 for 74. That's 5, but I only have 4 boxes. I thought I had 5. Well, I'm sure I'll get enough by then. 63 TDR. Nope. 64 Denvers. There's a few of these in here that are like really great condition. Oh, I know I'll have enough. It's just I thought I had calculated it out already being even, but so like I said, I usually get at least 2. I think that's just damage. Yeah, that's damage. See, well, it couldn't be clear like that one. This is the one that's in... The last one coming up is the one in great condition. Let's see. No. See what I mean by great condition? There's like some circulation, but it's not horrible. All right, let's see what we got here. $58, $54, $55, $54, $54, $59, $55, $52, $54, $58, $54, $52, $59, $54, $54, $59. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yep. Now, let's see. 59s, we're not looking for anything on those. Your 58s, you're looking for a filly. And look at that. You got a 58 filly. So that's one that you can add to your book. Let's see, 55s, we need a filly, which is the semi-keyed 8, which I knew we didn't have. 54, we have S, which I know we got S's. And the 52s, one was a filly, which we marked off. And the other one, yeah, I'm sure. This is the one that we can't figure out. Let's get really down on it and see if that helps. Nope, way too close. I think that's a D. So I'm going to call, I'm pretty sure I would call that a D, magnified down like this. So I'm going to say a D. Oh. Yeah, that's a D. See, from here you can't tell, but down on that, it's a D. I would say 90% sure. All right, so we crossed 1, 2, 3, 4 of those off. For your 40s, we have a 41, a 48, a 41, a 40, a 40, a 46, a 49, a 49, 47, 49, a 49. 49, you don't need anything special. 48, 47, 46. This is the 41. You need a D. That is definite. So 41 Denver, that's a good one. And a 40S. We have, I think they're both Denvers, but yeah, that's a Denver. That's a Denver. 11, yep. 409s, I'm pretty sure they're all D's. We'll just double check. D, 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 D. A 24. We had your 45 War Nickel. And your 35 Buffalo. I'd say you had a great box. So what's that? 11 and 16 is 27, 28, 29, 34 fines. Holy crap. Let's see if we need to. And now that postage is raised to Canada, it'll probably be over a half a pound. Plus your other pack, I believe we had something else. So write these down. We got a 35 Buffalo. No 30s tonight. 45P War. $50.16. 09s are 4. And we found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, 4 tonight. One of them you already had from the other hunt. Yeah, no 20s, no 30s. Well, it did fit. You can see just this alone. $168 grams, which is 6 ounces. Which means it'll be in the, what is the new rates? There's 12, I think it's 15 for the 1/2 to 1 pound. Usually just ship in a bubble mailer. And then when I do it on pirate ship, I just do the customs stuff right there and put what's in it. I think he has a copper round. I can't remember everything over there, but let me do this and just see. Let me see what else he had over here. We also had those finds. We had an end of stream. We had an end of stream. And the one sticker. So just off of those, see, that's at 10.7, and then it'll be whatever the shipping is. Simple export rate 0 to half a pound is to Canada $12.99. 1/2 to 1 pound is $14.99. So that'll be $15 to ship that. That's why some people don't send outside of Canada or U.S. That I think is one of the biggest hauls anybody has gotten out of a box. Yeah, I figured I'd hang on to it for now, depending on what he sends. But that was what, 10 something ounces, so I've still got like about 4.5, 5 ounces to go before it would move it into the over 1 pound. Yeah, I know. And I appreciated that when you did, so. But yeah, they rose the rates in the 16th or something. They rose it up, and it used to be $10.99. They rose it to $12. So yeah, there you go. Let's see who was the oldest. 35. We had a few exactly on, I think. Jim Thompson, Jimmy Licari both had 35. And David Rubin. Yep, I see just those three with 35. Right now, that is 99 names. That's crazy. All right. And even if you have not gotten your name on the wheel, now you can. Hey, welcome to Rename Me. Let me come back up and see if we've got everything. We got Garrett, KJ, Scott, Brian, Joe, BH, Jolly, 74, AG, MLN, New Marshall, Captain Vic, David C, Vincent C, Michael R, and Marsh, VMC, Scott C, Otis, Smoker, Coin Hunts, Texas, Mark S, Fleabag, Mike S, David R, Roy H, Silverman, Yenny, Littlefoot, Bellows, Renee, Fleabag, we already had him, Kathy K, I think I've got them all. Scott tried to get in on there twice. Alrighty, that moves us up to 130, so we have 31 people in. Yeah, I only have Mike on there once. My goal are Mark S and a Mike S. Because we have a Mark Spafford and a Mike Schleiz. So it's Mark S and Mark S and Mike S. So it kind of sounds like two. All right. There we go. When it gets to the straight up right there. Otis by a hair. Let's see, we had 130 and Otis was on there 5 times. And we'll start the end of stream part since it's the end of the nickels. We got KJ, Jim, and Otis, and then whoever we're getting on here. And I'm just going to go through some of these other ones. I'm sure you've seen them all, but if you see one, please tag me because of all the names going through. I'm not going to be able to see it. We've got the U.S. Eagle. I got a Don't Tread on Me. Colorized Bitcoin. Fear the Jackalope. U.S. Air Force. Aim high, fly, fight, win. How many of these eagles? I've got 3 left. I happen to glance up and see. Men in Arms, Safety in Numbers. It is a different one than the one that you chose. I think it was. It's the one that was number 10 is the one with the plane on it. So this is a different Men in Arms, Safety in Numbers. In case if you want that one. America, One Nation Under God. Men in Arms, please. I've been selling them for like 3 because my costs are going up, but I haven't got all my new ones yet. USS Constitution, Old Ironsides. Abominable Snowman. I did buy some. They're not going to be here for like a month. COVID pandemic 1920. Got a couple of those. Another one of those. A few extra of the 18. I have a Lincoln with some wheat. We're going to resume because we're going through some of these. And like I said, if you do see one, tag me because I will not see it, most likely. An 1839 seeded with a mint. Okay. Got an 1836 seeded. I've got a buffalo with a mint. I've got an Indian with a mint. I have Walking Liberties. Buffaloes and Indian combined. Merc dime. Indian head cent. 1907 Indian. An Indian with no date. A 1911 Indian. I'll take the Merc dime. Okay. I was gonna say I've got two, but I'm assuming you'll want the one with the Merc on the back because the other one just has the mint. Got peace dollars. I've got no date seeded. The only other ones that I don't have on that list are these ones. That is not on my list of those. The ones I know I do not have are number 10, 23, 28, and 29. I know those are gone. Number 28 would be replaced with the one I just showed. Some of them I got plenty of, and some of them I've got like one of, so. Anyway. I got two to send to KJ. Otis. Thank you, Otis. All right, we got 30 entries. Picking a winner. And Marsh. He went not too long ago, I don't think. So there you go. Like I said, I had all those ones I just showed. I do have Trump portrait, Buffaloes, Walkers, Indian head cent, and Bitcoins. I do have regular Bitcoins also. But yeah, until I get my other ones, because I have bought some, but they won't be here for close to a month. And when I get those, my prices, because I was able to get them for right about $3. So my rounds overall cost would go up. But Marsh Indian head, okay. As I say, Jim Thompson, I know he'll already be sleepy time, so I'll have to get with him. I got that one, I got that one, I got that one. I got two for KJ I can put in one. Jersey, Jimmy. These are all singles and a double. I'll do them later. And like I said, Jim Thompson I'll have to get with. I remember seeing, I think B. Waller said to send him an email about it. Okay, yeah, I will email you. Well, that's the end of that part of the stream. If you want, I can open some quarters. If you want to stick around. Those buffalo rectangles. Without opening them up and handling them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got 11 of those buffalo rectangle ones. Got almost a full tube of Indian head. I do have a full tube of Bitcoin, full tube almost of Walker, almost full tube of buffalo rounds. How much for all of them? Let me see. How many was it again? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And of course, they're not light. So that's already going to be in that pound range because it's over 12. Because it goes up to 4, 8, 12, and then it goes to the 16 pound or 16 ounce, which is a pound. $87 million. So that would probably be about 10 or so to ship it, depending on everything. Ship to B. Waller for giveies. Oh, let me do this. Shipping estimated it'd be about 7 to ship it. Yeah, I saw a copper went up to $6 a pound. So I was lucky I was able to pick up 100 of them at just under $3 with shipping and handling and taxes. But now if I went to buy the exact same thing, it would cost me about $350 to $70. So like I said, my costs are going up, but I try to at least keep them as low as I can. So for 11 of them with shipping would be for all 11 of them, it would be $40 to ship them and everything for all 11. Or if you want a mixture of rounds or whatever, I've got all kinds of, some that don't sell very well and some that fly out the door as soon as I get them. But basically, even those colored ones, I just factor in all at the same prices, so all of them would be $3 now, because I picked up a few before it went way up, but so any of my rounds, basically $3 plus some shipping. And if I run out, then I'll figure out something else to do for giveaways. I can always give a V-nickel or buffalo nickel or something. Yeah, I had a mixture of those and the St. Gaudens on the front instead, and I didn't know it, so I put a picture of St. Gaudens, and then after like 2 of them, I was like, oh, they're all just the rectangle ones now of buffaloes, but still cool. Not too bad of hands. So what do you guys think? Should I do some quarters? I know my kids will be calling here shortly, but maybe I'll do like half a box of quarters or something. Yeah, I combined them down because I did have that. I had this box and I had that box, which I have now condensed down into that. So that's I've gotten rid of an entire box basically. And I can tell you with my giveaways just for this year, it's 43, 4s, 47, and then last year, however many. So, okay, I've got those. Let me stick. You said to send them to B-Ball or I do have my 5-ounce rounds also that I sell. Those I haven't been able to get any more new ones, so it's still the same prices on all those. You're in to watch? Oh, yeah. I will show you my 5-ounce rounds real quick, though. Those I've basically been, half of them have been bought. I have Amazon, Niagara Falls, Mount Everest, Sahara, Great Barrier Reef, Grand Canyon, Time's Up, Grim Reaper, Phoenix, Spaceman, Mad Hatter, or Steampunk. I don't know why I have that one in there. My Eyeball. Halloween, Headless Horseman, an owl. How much for the Phoenix? Let me look. We got spider. We've got gargoyles. We've got a kraken. Some of them I have multiple of. Aliens, and these are ones that glow in the dark. Let me pull up my rounds list. You said for the Phoenix. That one cost me a little more, 23 plus shipping. So if I throw it in with your other stuff, it would basically be like another $2 for shipping. Since I'm already sending all those rounds. I also have Mermaid Pirate. Pour some gravy on me. These are all 5 ounces. It's another Mermaid Pirate. Labor Day. Built Not Bought. Honoring our vets. Memorial Day, or Veterans Day, I mean. Dragon. This one, the side did crack out. That's the way I received it. You take the Phoenix. Okay. Yeah, some of them cost a little bit more, and it's like, meh. Found out that these are not 5 ounces, these are 3 ounces. They're 100 grams. It doesn't say it on here, but it's the same as these ones. So these are 100 grams. This one's an And to All a Good Night. But these ones are 3 ounce. Set that vet one aside. Just mark it unpaid right now. Okay. Aliens kind of like a 3-piece. Just a second. Hello. Hello. Alright, I'm back. His thing must have been dead because it was my ex that was calling, and I was like, what? So, I got the Phoenix with your name on it. And I've got the Honoring the Vets one set off to the side for you. AG, I think it was AG that said that. Because that was right when they were calling, so. Yeah, AG set the vet one aside. Nope, he never did find his wallet. Anyway, those are the ones that I've got. I've got tons of duplicates. Like, I think I've got 4 or 5 of those. I've got about 15 of those. The Grand Canyon, I've got probably 10 of. So some of them I got plenty, and some of them I've got 1 left of stuff. So, yeah. Let's see. I gotta find my quarters. There we go. Move some of those back. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I've been picking your one-ofs. I did have a couple of them, but I think the one, I can't remember if it was bought or if they asked me to hold it to the side, because I've got a few that have kind of put it on layaway, is what I call it, where I let people, if they want to put like a deposit or something, I'll hold it to them, or hold it for them. If they just say set it to the side, I give them a little bit of time, but if they never follow up, then I put it back in the rotations. Yeah, the last 2 boxes, that was the first one I ever finally found. And then just the other day, found that one. Yeah, thank you, AG. So, 2 for 2, we go for 3 for 3. We probably won't do the entire box, but yeah, I mean, it's worth basically 20 bucks. Yeah, at one point I had about 400 copper rounds, but between giveaways and selling them, for hunts and just by themselves. I'm down to, well, with my tubes, probably about 200 or so. So I started looking at replenishing and getting some more, and then prices started rising, so I bought some. Like I said, they were about $3 at that point when I bought them. And then the next day it spiked, and the exact same package literally went up to like $350. So with shipping and tax and stuff, it's like almost 25%. So it's like, do I buy more at that price, but it's not going to be great deals? Because like I said, I buy them to basically do giveaways and pass on and savings and stuff. So it's like, I don't know. Like I said, I have to raise some of the prices because I cost average them, so I don't have to raise them a ton. But of course, like any business, you have to raise it. I need to look at doing like some auctions and stuff. I got tons of silver that, like Barber half dollars. I've got like a tube and a half of those. But I don't know if people would actually want to buy any right now because silver's so high. I know people are buying it, but it's like I kind of like my silver too. You have my $2 bill pack that I got that I would basically sell for cost plus, you know, my expenses, because they take what, 3.5% for credit cards. I have a uncirculated 2017 BEP crisp, straight, consecutive bills, plus a handful of like 2 consecutive, 3 consecutive. Just setting off the Washington die chip hat ones, the 65s, the 70s, 68 Denvers and stuff. Actually, it's 70D. Are they Ds? That was not. That one is. I always pull them out and then I forget that it's only Denver. And 71 is both D and Philly. So yeah, I'm thinking maybe sell some of my, you know, a few silver, but not like all of it. I'm wondering if this is a proof. I do that you can see it, but it's thicker than the other quarters. And no, it is not a proof. can tell it's got the privy mark, and it's a W. It is the tall grass prairie. It's pretty good condition. Yeah, I completely understand, Jolly. Like I said, I know it's tough because I'm mountain, and yeah, that's what I was like, oh. I don't know why I grabbed a half, but oh well, that'll work for now. That'll keep it from getting scratched up until I can find my quarter ones. Probably used up all my quarter ones over not used up, but the ones I had out. Because on half dollars, when they're thicker and like that, it's usually a proof. But it was just pretty new looking. But again, that's why I flip all of them over, is to look at the mint marks, because I've come across San Francisco's that are NIFC. They're not proofs, they're nifties. And I had happened to come across one day, and I had no idea. The W was a tall grass prairie. I had to throw it in my 50-cent flip and staple it good so it doesn't move around, but I'll find my quarter ones and fix it. I just figured, if it was kind of a not great condition, I probably would have just whatever thrown off to the side, but it was a lot better than some of them you find. But yeah, I had no idea there was nifty quarters until I came across one day. I'm like, wait a minute, that's a San Francisco, but it's not a proof. I'm like, what the crap? So I looked it up, and sure enough, I haven't come across Washington die chips for quite a while. Still need the War in the Pacific. I've found lots of them. They're just set off, in my safe and stuff, but I was gonna say, I don't even know which ones I have. I've like my quarters a lot better than my halves lately. Number one, my halves are never a ton of silver anyway. But my quarters, I found 2 silvers in the last 2 boxes. I found a W this box. A little while ago, I found that one like about a month ago. This Adam.
Hi Adam, it's Olivia. I just
I'm the unofficial go-to guy for the new people at work. She was calling because they have an inmate that's being brought in, and she was wondering how do we put their information in. I was like, well, I try to get their information, you know, their social and their address and everything. We do have an inmate insurance, but it's one of those that not all the time are they covered by that. You know, if they're just being like a catch and release type thing. So I said I would get all the basic information like they would as a regular patient. And then, you know, we can always bill the inmate insurance or the hospital or the jail's insurance. And if not, we can go after the person that sells. So I'm nice. I want to say, come on, use common sense. But not everybody has that. But I know that, yeah, common sense ain't too comment a lot of times. I mean, it's one of those things that she's newer and hasn't been like fully come across all this stuff before. I mean, I've been doing it 10 years. I started out on the front window, and then I moved to the ER at nights. And then when I went up front, I told them I'd still help out. So I've been doing the ER stuff for 10 years. I may not do it full time anymore, but you know, she's been doing it for a month or two. But they sent a thing out saying, if you have questions, contact Adam, Rosalie, or Charity as your go-tos. I was like, oh, well, thanks for asking. I was voluntold that position. But I don't mind doing it. I mean, there's been times where I've been there and it's like, what the crap do I do in this situation? I've never come across it, and I've been here 10 years. So sometimes I'll call, and the worst thing I can do is be like, well, I'll put it in however, and then if they need to fix it, they can fix it on Monday. That's kind of been my thing lately, is I'll put it in. If you don't like it, you can fix it. Just like when you have a foreign person, you're supposed to collect money, and sometimes the billers or the coders won't answer, so I don't collect anything. It's not my responsibility to go and try to figure out what the hell the bill is going to be. So I've done it, and then I just put a note that I received no call, no anything when I try to get the billing stuff. So I let the office people hunt it down. Just like with car accidents. 90% of the time they don't have their insurance cards with them because their insurance is in the car and the car has been totaled or whatever, and so it's being towed. So yeah, that's never fun having wisdom teeth and everything. I had when I was younger. I actually was I went to the dentist because my mom was like worried I had lost my front teeth. I was in '86, and they had never come in, and it had been like a year. So she went and took me. They did X-rays, and he was like, "No, they're in there. They're just waiting like the shuttle, just waiting to launch." Because that was back in '86, right before the Challenger blew up, and yeah. He was like, oh, they're in there. So then later on I needed yeah, we don't really ever have that problem. If they'll usually call us and say, hey, we're bringing an inmate up. If it's one that's kind of having a problem, they bring extra officers, but they usually just call and just say, it's, you know, whoever at the sheriff's department, we're bringing an inmate. And so then we usually clear a room out with nothing in it, kind of like on a psych type thing where we don't let them have anything in the room. So we just clear it out, and then that's about it. We're a small town. We don't get like much violent, crazy stuff. It's usually like drunk driving, some drugs. A lot of them are people passing through. But she just had questions on how to put in, like, the insurance, what to put in. When I worked in Grand Junction, security at the hospital there, when I was going to school, we had a room that was basically a jail cell. It was cinder block, it had a steel toilet, steel sink, and that was it. And a bed. That's where we put any of our psych holds. And we also put, like the ones that, the police and stuff brought in that were violent. And you could lock it and bolt it from the outside, so you could actually lock the person in with a deadbolt. Here, we don't have anything like that. We do have rooms where we can clear basically everything out. You take all the trays and IV poles and all that kind of stuff out of the room, so you're just left with the bed. And the cupboards actually have a kind of like a zip tie type thing that you have to, it's not a key, but you can't just open it up and go through it, because it's got sheets and stuff, so they don't want people to try to hang themselves. And that's where we put our psych patients in those type of rooms. We clear it out, and then we have a telecrisis where we basically connect it, kind of like a Zoom call. The professionals come on, they see the person, they talk with the person, answer questions, that sort of thing, and then when they're done, they'll call the doctor or nurses or whatever. And we do that for telecrisis, telestroke, tele-NICU, where, we don't have those professionals because we're such a small rural place. So we just pay for that service, and then they figure out if they need to be placed somewhere or okay to be released to, like, a family or something. Because when they're brought in, they find out, do they have a plan to kill themselves? Do they have, the opportunity and means? Or is this just they were in the heat of the moment type thing? And sometimes the person's really good at pretending that it was just all, fake or whatever, but the professionals can almost always see through it, and they'll be placed. So then it's an involuntary placement. So there's a blue and a pink sheet. One is done by police, one is done by doctor, depending on the situation. And basically it means they're like on a 72-hour hold. They are not allowed to leave. They have to be sent somewhere, and their 72 hours doesn't start until they actually enter the facility. So sometimes it's one of those, the person is not happy about it. Sometimes we have to call the police, and they come up, and there's been times where they have been placed in handcuffs because they are a danger to the staff. They don't use restraints here. When I worked in Grand Junction in security, we had Velcro restraints that we had 4 points, one for each ankle, one for each hand, and you would Velcroed around, so it was really tight. It's not like they can just slip out of it. You know, you always used to see leather ones, but we had Velcros. And then you'd Velcro it to the bed, and it was very hard, difficult to get out of those. Like, you couldn't just accidentally get out of them. And there's a law named after that. Can't, or an act. Can't, yeah, we just call it like pink sheet or blue sheet, like if we're calling for a transport form. We'll just say, you know, the person is blue sheeted or the person's pink sheeted, and yeah, luckily, you know, it's one of those, we can see like frequent flyers, and if they're actually coming in for kind of like the same thing, it's like, you need to see a pain doctor. We can't just prescribe you stuff through the ER. And then they don't get happy when we don't give them narcotics. But, you know, we tell them, sorry, we're not prescribing narcotics through the ER. You need to go see a pain doctor. Because if they do a scan, they can see, oh, he's got pancreatitis. Oh, he's got gallstone. Oh, he's got whatever. Like on me when I went in, they're like, yeah, we need to get an MRI. I was like, I had one done yesterday. Let me call the hospital and have them upload it. And it was one of the doctors I dealt with, like when you connect doc to doc. And it was one of those, and he was like, oh, yeah, I'm Dr. Benson. I was like, oh, Stan Benson. I said, I didn't know the name or the face, but I know the name. I said, I connect you to the doctors when I call and we do consults and stuff. So that's when I said, let me just call him and have him upload it. So I called him. I said, can you upload that to Dixie? I'm in the ER, and they uploaded it. I said, okay, it's uploaded. And he came back in. He goes, yeah, you've got a pinched nerve. And it's like, this is not fun. Basically, it was like, yeah, you are definitely not doing good. But when I went over, because I had it the day before, it was really, really bad. And when I got my MRI, the clinic said, why don't you go over and get an MRI done? So I got that. 6 oxy a day. So that's when he looked at the report and saw that I have it said 0.8 centimeter, which is basically the same as an 8 millimeter bulging disc. And it's bulging so bad that it basically, when you look at the one side, it's got a normal nerve. When you look at the other side, it's almost non-existent. It's like barely able to see anything. That's how so pinched off it is. So when I went over to that morning, I mean, it took me like an hour and a half to get out of bed. I'm pretty tough. You know, usually if I'm in pain, I just I'll get mad and maybe cuss or something like that. But this, I mean, tears were literally streaming down my face. It was so bad. And it took me an hour and a half. And my mom lives across the street. Just basically come out of my apartments, go down the block, and then it's her house. And it took me almost an hour and a half to do that. And that's when she's like, oh, and she could tell that I was in obvious pain because she knows what it's like if I'm in pain or not. So she drove me down to Dixie, and that's when they did all that. when I took all the oxy and all that and Dilaudid and had like no slurring, no nothing. And it's because I would be a very bad druggie because pills and stuff just don't affect me. Like, they don't get me high. Not that I've tried, but you know, you can take stuff and be, oh, this is, you know, makes me loopy. That's crazy. So that's why I'd be a very bad one. It would not be worth it. And some people are exact opposite. They can have I know, duels and be drunk. Gold we trust. And silver too. When I was younger and I still had baby teeth, and my adult teeth were still needing to come in, and they were kind of backed up because my baby teeth are still in there. So the dentist, they were like, yeah, we need to pull your teeth, and your mouth is too small anyway, so we'll probably have to extract a couple of the adult ones. So most people get put under, and they did laughing gas with me, and I had 15 teeth pulled all at the same time with laughing gas. I had 8 baby teeth, 4 permanent adult teeth that had already come in, plus 3 of my wisdom teeth. The other ones were way too small. The fourth one was way too small, and they would have had to like cut out bone to get to it. And so they're like, if it ever comes in, you'll be like in 23, 4, 5 area. And that's what finally came in. But yeah, I had 15 teeth pulled, and all with laughing gas. I mean, obviously they shoot you up with the Novocaines and stuff too, but most people they're put out. And I don't know if they were joking around when they offered me that, and I was just like, yeah, I'll do it. Remember when I was getting my neck fused, and you're on the operating table and they're getting everything ready, and they had a mask, you know, for the oxygen and stuff until they're ready to put you out. And they were holding it there, and they wanted the nurse or something to come hold it, so I just grabbed it and was holding it there. And they're like, oh, I guess that works too. I said, oh, I can be a fun drunk. They just kind of laughed. They're like, yeah. Because at that point I hadn't, you know, grew up and wasn't drinking and stuff anymore. But it was just like, hey, I'm a fun drunk. So I was just holding the mask on my face while they were doing their stuff, and they were just kind of like, well, okay, that works, I guess. Like I said, I'll probably do half a box. But we'll see. The one night I said we were going to do half a box, and I ended up doing the entire box. Tonight I am a little bit tired, though. Of course, that's what I said the other night, too. Yeah, it's one of those things I never expect to find silver, but if I do, it's a bonus. And the reason I never expect it is because after years of hunting, I've never found one until just recently. Like, I find W's and proofs and stuff. Full shots leading to face injection. 4 people. Oh yeah, and then take an exact knife to my gums to the injections. Ew, yum. Yeah, everybody's kind of different. So my quarters, I only did 17 boxes last year, but I had 6, 4, and 7 proofs, 10 W's, and 3 miscellaneous, which is like gold, plated, and things. One was gold plated, one was colorized, I think. But I'm also one of those that when they have to do like shots and things, or draw blood, I always like watch them put the needle in, and they'll be usually like, "Do you want to turn away?" It's like, no, and I'm just sitting there staring at my arm, and I think it makes them more nervous than me. Because they'll want me to look away, and I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, people don't usually watch that. I'm like, well, I'm not most people. But I think it kind of creeps them out that I don't mind watching it and I always find it interesting, like when you find 2 65s in a row, like literally right next to each other. 3 in the last 5. And the reason I found that 1944 is I did not notice it from the edge because it was kind of like greasy and I just thought it was dirty. It didn't look like a silver until I was going through it and I just come across, I was like, what? So if you're there, you can obviously remember it. But yeah, the reason I pulled the 65 out is because I look for the DDOs, and I have found 65 DDO before. And it's like, when I found it, it was like, this does not look a thing like a normal 65. But it had notching on all the things. I was like, and I always see them and I'm like, oh, and then it's like, oh, it's a 65. But then it's like, well, at least I can look for a DDO on it. Because on 65s and 70s, there's DDOs. 66 and 68 Denvers are DDRs. My problem is keeping track of which, like, 66 type thing, and trying to remember what, like, because some of them have mint marks and Some of them, like the 83 Spitting Eagle, it's the Philly, but I can't ever tell the mint marks apart looking at them, so I just scope them all. See you in Marsh. Thanks for coming. It's like I say, I do the end of streaming stuff after the nickels, because otherwise it gets really late for people. Because if it's almost 10 o'clock here, it's midnight back east. Thanks for coming. I appreciate you guys. I think after I scope these coins, I will then take my sleeping pills and then bundle up all my mail I need to get out, because I didn't do it on Monday. Alright, I need to move all these 5 ounces and stuff. Yeah, it was a great nickel box. And this has been pretty good so far, too, with that W. Oh, come on. There we go. For some reason we found a W. I'm halfway through the quarter box, and that's where I'm going to end tonight. So I'm just going through and scoping the stuff that I've pulled out up to that point. Yeah, it's been a long time since I found a die chip. I've only ever found small die chips. I've never found the big ones that are worth big money. Mine have always been like the little tiny bits. And usually I look at them with naked eye and you can tell, but I still scope them. because I find it's easier just to scope them instead of trying to scrutinize them as they're in your hand. Wait a minute. It's just a scratch at the back. Alright, let's see. 83 Spitting Eagles. Never found one, but maybe someday. Let's see, 65, 70s. 71, 66s. Not doing too bad. We had a great stream. You can see on the screen all the stuff we found for BH. A 35 Buffalo, a 45 War Nickel, 11 40s, others, 16 50s, 4 9s, and 124. 66 is both D and DDRs. It's weird when I do these streams, it feels like it's midnight when I'm finishing up like right now, but it's only 10 o'clock. Yeah. 70 Denver's got both DDO and DDR. I haven't found the 70 DDO, but I did find a 65 DDO one time. I have not found the DDRs. And if you've ever found a DDO on a 65, just like looking at that, it's like you can instantly tell, nope. I'll have to find one of mine, and the one I found, and pull it out. And the 65s. Got 10 more coins, and then I'll be calling it a night. There are two different DDOs. There's like an FS105 and an FS109 or something. I'm not familiar with both of them, but the one that I know is the one I always look for because it's like way easy to see, unless it's under gunk like that. Well, that half is still ready to be done. I've got a lot of stuff to pack up. Jim Thompson I'll need to get with. That's big wallers and stuff. Set those off to the side. Got all these to send out. That one was one that I sent to the wrong person, so when I found out, Gatita had said, I don't know why you sent me this. I was like, oops, I sent it to the wrong person. It was supposed to go to Crafty. Yeah, well. So that's when I was like, well, I'll just send another one out. Well, I'm right here. I'm just going to do my post for my recap. Yeah, it was just one of those. It was like, oops. So then I let Crafty know. I said, you were supposed to be getting that. I sent it to the wrong person when I was copying and pasting addresses and stuff. Sorry. She's like, no worry. That's the nice thing is about the community is the majority of people are going to be honest. And like I got one from Pa Spare Time one time. It was for Dad. It was for something Dad Learning Coins had bought on an auction. And I got it and I opened it up and I'm like, what's this? And it was like, oops. So then I just paid for, they were like, oh, I can give you the money or whatever. It's like, no, I was just going to, don't worry about the shipping, you know. So I sent that and let Dad Learning Coins because it was DLC and I'm DHC. And I just sent it and said, I'm going to repackage it and send it to you. So, yep. So anyway, there you go. Thanks for coming. Have a nice night. You guys are great. And we will see you Monday at 5:30 and see what we find then. That'll be for VMC. Thanks, you guys too. I'll get that. I think I have that package I still need to get ready for you, New Marshall. So I don't think I did that on Monday. So I'll get out probably, hopefully tomorrow. But anyway, there you go. Thanks. Have fun, and we'll see you later. And I went to hit the wrong button again. There we go. There's the end stream button.